Get it right, and it is the single most transformative thing that any government can do. That is why this Conservative government has spent the last 13 years doing just that. We've been taking the long-term decisions to ensure the next generation have a brighter future, because we know what happens when governments get it wrong. When we started, you're going to like this, when we started this journey in 2010, we inherited Labour's legacy. A legacy defined by politicians saying education, 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 but failing to deliver. Madam Deputy Speaker, the results speak for themselves. At that time, more than a fifth of children left primary school without achieving basic levels of literacy and numeracy. And 2/5 finished full-time education without even the bare minimum qualification. A failure that entrenched inequality and locked the door of opportunity. The education system worked against children from places like where I grew up in Knowsley. It was a system that widened the gap between the richest and the poorest in society. Politicians often say talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not, and they're right. And I know that because I lived it. My failing comprehensive school left many of my classmates without those precious opportunities. Although some came to education later, many others never did. So much so that some are now in prison, and sadly others have died many years before their time. And it didn't have to be this way. For 5 years I sat next to these children. We all thought we had a bright future ahead of us, as children often do. But sadly, this was not the case for too many of them. Education is about removing the barriers to opportunity. It's the belief that talent is everywhere. It's with the growth in confidence that our teachers inspire. And it's the understanding that if the playing field was level, no one's dream would be out of reach. And that is what this government is delivering, from the moment you enter this world until you retire. I will let me make some progress and then I will come to interventions. Earlier this year, we announced the largest ever investment in childcare in England's history. Very soon, we'll be spending £8 billion a year, an investment that will ensure that every child gets the best start in life. It means working parents will be entitled to 30 hours free childcare from the end of parental leave until their child starts school. And to give parents the flexibility they need, we are rolling out universal wraparound childcare for primary school children from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. These Conservative policies will end the choice some working mums and dads feel they need to make between having a family and having a career, and will save parents up to £6,500 a year. The generation having children now won't remember what was on offer under Labour, but to remind the House, 13 years of Labour delivered only 12.5 hours of free childcare for some 3- and 4-year-olds. That was less than 1 hour for every year in office. Our childcare package gives people wanting to start a family the confidence to do so. And can I invite the Right Honourable Lady, when she stands at the dispatch box, to finally offer Labour's support for our record childcare investment, and also tell hard-working parents in Wales why her party isn't rolling out the same support that English parents will benefit from. Now, I know the Right Honourable Lady, like me, didn't grow up with privilege. I've heard her speak eloquently and passionately about the help and the support she received from Sure Start, and I know she was very grateful for that support. And I'm sure there were many positives of that programme. Indeed, my best friend used to run one of the Sure Start centres. But there were also some very serious failings, both in the design and the delivery. Firstly, it was not a universal offer, and it stigmatised people who use their services. Plus, it only helped families for the first 5 years of a child's life. But any parent will tell you that challenges can arise at any time. The National Audit Office found that Sure Start, and this is important, had failed to target the most disadvantaged families and was even unable to identify families needing support in the most disadvantaged 30% of communities. It simply didn't reach the right people. So when we launched our Families Hubs programme, we ensured that they provided a service to anyone who needed it. They're supporting families with everything from mental health to breastfeeding and housing and debt services, challenges that many of us need support with. It's also a universal service available to anyone. Family Hubs support families with children of all ages, from conception to 19 or up to 25 for those with special educational needs. They join up services ensuring every family gets the right support at the right time. As part of this, Best Start for Life provides focused support during the first crucial 1,001 days of a child's life. And I would like to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for North Nottinghamshire, South Northamptonshire, for her work to get this right. But before I move into talking about how we've transformed our schools, I want to address one of the key challenges that we face in delivering opportunity: school attendance. I will in a moment, honestly. Following the pandemic, because this is very important, I want to address one of the key challenges that we do face, and it is school attendance. Following the pandemic, we have seen a phenomenon where more children are staying home and not going to school. This challenge is not unique to the UK. At the G7, all my counterparts, from the US to Japan, were all grappling with this same issue. And I want to reassure the House that this is a top priority. We are making progress through our attendance hubs and mentoring programmes, as well as more specialised support for key cohorts such as those with mental health or special educational needs. In just 1 year, the last year, there are 380,000 fewer children persistently absent, and we will keep driving at this issue until all of our children are back in school. Now, I noticed the Labour Party had a lot to say on attendance this morning. But again, I think the Honourable Lady may have missed the 380,000 fewer children persistently absent in this last year. But yet again, they offer little more than empty words, with a touch of student politics. In Labour-run Wales, attendance rates are still far behind those in England. Last year's attendance data showed Wales only managed an attendance rate of 85.5% compared to England's 92.5%. That means English children are benefiting from well over a week more education than those just over the border. So, can I advise the Labour Party to spend a little less time playing politics and actually more time helping children? Yeah. The children of Wales deserve better. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Education Secretary very much for giving way. What was crystal clear from the King's speech yesterday is, despite her grandiose statements here, education is not a priority for this government. There were 2 re-announcements, nothing new, no new legislation. Her speech so far is revisiting old announcements, which, considering the crisis in our schools and colleges, is shocking. She talks about persistent absence, so could she maybe explain to the House why there was no announcement yesterday about bringing forward legislation for a children not in school register, something ministers promised to do when they scrapped the schools bill in the last session?
So let me just say the progress we've made on education is phenomenal. The legislation we've put in place has enabled us to make many of these improvements. But we do remain committed to legislating to take forward the children not in school measures, and will progress these at a future suitable legislative opportunity. We're continuing to work with local authorities to improve the non-statutory registers, and we have also launched a consultation on revised elective home education guidance. So there is work going on. The consultation's open until the 18th of January 2024. So there is a lot of work going on, and we do intend to bring forward that legislation. I'm very happy to give way.
Very briefly, This is the Queen's speech for the UK, generally. Does she actually intend to say anything positive at all about Wales today?
As somebody who grew up in Liverpool, I've had many a fabulous holiday in North Wales. In terms of the education department, unfortunately, they suffer from a poor administration. So let's move on to schools. Nowhere is the difference between Labour and the Conservatives clearer to see than in our school system. When we came into office, Labour oversaw a decade of decline in our schools. Fortunately, thanks to the tireless work of my right honourable friend, the member for Surrey Heath, and notably the Minister for Schools, we have reversed that trajectory. Today, 88% of our schools are good or outstanding, up from just 68% under Labour. By the end of the Labour era, we'd plummeted down the international league tables. Our children were ranked 25th for reading and 27th for maths. Now we're up 10 places in both. Better still, the International Pearls ranking showed that when it comes to reading, English primary school children are the best in the West, coming fourth in the world. This is an amazing achievement, and I want to thank our teachers, parents and children for this phenomenal achievement. So how have we done this? We've reformed the school system, putting teachers and experts in charge of schools, not politicians. Through our free schools and academies programmes, we've empowered heads and focused on academic excellence, improving discipline and ensuring schools are calmer, happier places to learn. We've built upon the evidence, not the ideology, over the past decade. The Education Endowment Foundation has carried out over 200 evaluations to understand which approaches are the most effective in closing the attainment gap. They've engaged 23,000 nursery schools and colleges, and as a result, teachers are better trained in the things that make a difference, and children are taught in ways that we can prove work, like phonics and maths mastery. We've made our exams more rigorous and reliable. We've changed how we teach for the better. And Madam Deputy Speaker, at every term we were met with a barrage of opposition from the opportunists across the benches. In 2011, they said our literacy drive was dull. In 2012, they said phonics would not improve reading. In 2013, they called free schools dangerous. All three accusations categorically proven wrong. Madam Deputy Speaker, our results simply speak for themselves. And we're not stopping there. Our new Advanced British Standard will remove the artificial divide between academic and technical education and place them on an equal footing, bringing together the very best of A-levels and T-levels to form a single overarching qualification. And right on cue, what did Labour call this? A gimmick. Given their track record, Madam Deputy Speaker, this condemnation is a very, very good sign that we are on the right track. The Advanced British Standard will ensure every child studies a form of maths and English until 18, but also to equip our children with the skills they need for the future. They will be entering a very different workplace, one where artificial intelligence, quantum and digital systems are a big part of every working day, and they will be competing for the top jobs internationally. So we will be increasing the time spent in the classroom, bringing us more in line with other countries, including Denmark, Norway, France and the US. I'm very happy to give way.
Thank you to the Secretary of State for giving way. The government's disregard for school pupils with special educational needs has never been more clear. The silent assassination of any new Mental Health Act has let down my constituents struggling to get a diagnosis, struggling to get continuous support in schools. Does she therefore agree that pupils and schools urgently need new legislation?
Thank the Honourable Lady. We've actually published our Special Educational Needs and Alternative Improvement Plan in March 2023. The Honourable Lady may have missed that because she may not have been there then. And we've also backed this plan with investment of £2.6 billion between 2022 and 2025. And this will fund new and alternative provision places and is also a significant investment into the high needs budget. So we know that we need to invest in improving special educational needs and improving the alternative provision system. And I'm very happy to go through that plan with her as well. Very happy to give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and her plans to increase maths teaching up to 18 are interesting, but I wonder how she expects to deliver this when there's currently a shortfall of over 5,000 maths teachers, and we're seeing the retention of maths teachers at an all-time low. How does she think she can deliver the maths teachers to increase the amount of maths education when she can't actually deliver enough for children up to the age of 16?
We have some initiatives in place. The first is raising the starting salary to £30,000 for all new teachers, more in London, but that's across the country. And the second is doubling in fact, the premium that we pay to maths, computer science and some science teachers as well, to enable them to earn more. So that is the plan we have. And we're also updating our retention and recruitment strategy. We'll be updating that before the end of the year. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if anyone wants a blueprint for a Labour government, you don't need to look back to the 90s and early 2000s, where they oversaw a decade of decline. No, just look to Wales. After a quarter of a century running the education system in Wales, the Labour administration preside over the worst performing educational authority in the UK. Whilst we have increased the number of teachers in England by 27,000, the numbers have fallen in Wales. Whilst our standards rise, Wales consistently has the worst results for maths and reading in the UK. These are facts. Even before the pandemic, the head of the OECD said that the Welsh education system hadn't just underperformed, it's seen its performance decline. There is nothing that stifles opportunity more than an education system in decline under Labour. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will do in a second. We believe in the values I have talked about: aspiration, standards, rigour, precisely because they deliver a brighter future for our young people. One which means that as they grow into adulthood, they can be sure that they are getting the skills they need to succeed in life, to get a good job, to earn a good wage. That's the purpose of education, to help ensure that we have the skills to prosper and that every young person can reach their potential. But one thing Labour did do, I will give way, but just give me a second, because you might want to answer this point as well. One thing Labour did do was they set an arbitrary target of 50% of young people going to university, a policy that favoured the most advantaged in society and only widened the gap. Today, under the Conservatives, children who come from disadvantaged backgrounds are 71% more likely to go to university than when we took office. Now, let me be clear, university is a brilliant choice, and for many will be the best thing they ever did, life-changing. And for many, a degree will be the first step on a wonderful career journey. But for some, in a minority of cases, it will be a ticket to nowhere, saddling students with debt and no prospects. I'm very happy to give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. As a Welsh MP, I think that learners and indeed teachers in my constituency in Cardiff South and Parts would be shocked to hear her denigrate their work and efforts. The reality on the ground in Wales is that in my constituency, I have seen brand new schools in Easton High, in Penarth Learning Community, a brand new further education college. We're just opening a brand new school in Fitzallen, all of which have had significant issues with performance in the past, but which have turned things around thanks to the dedication of their teachers and the support they've had from Welsh Labour councils and the Welsh Government. So will she apologise for denigrating and running down Wales?
I'm happy to answer the honourable gentleman's question. And of course, I always want things to improve in Wales. I very much do care about the Welsh children. It's not my words, it's the OECD, it's the international league tables, which I believe they've actually withdrawn from now because they don't want the scrutiny. You have to be open and transparent, and you have to put yourself forward to international scrutiny, and that is where these words are coming from. So let's talk about... I will give way one more time to the honourable lady.
For giving way. She's been very generous. I was interested in her comments about degrees and some university degrees not being as high value. I wonder how she's seeking to clarify or calculate how these degrees are not worth the same value as others. Is she intending to use the Leo data, looking at average earnings, and therefore would she acknowledge that children who wish to stay in areas like Hull are going to earn less because wages are lower in certain areas, and that has nothing to do with the degree she's from? And I wonder whether she'd also be able to reflect on some of the presentation that was given to the Treasury Select Committee recently that said, actually, the outcome in your life, how you end up, how successful you are in terms of your job and income in your life, is everything to do with your parents' background and not the background or anything to do with the university that you actually attended.
Well, I'm very happy to come on to that because I do address that. And I am also very concerned to make sure children and young people in Knowsley, Manchester, Hull, Blyth, Teesside, all over the country get fantastic opportunities so that their earnings are rising, and that's what we in this party intend to do and will continue to do. So let me talk about, let me make some progress, and then I will give it, I'm being edged, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Secretary of State, for giving way, because before she moves on to what I assume is moving on to higher education, I want to raise with her a very serious problem that's happening particularly in inner city schools in England, and that is of falling rolls and therefore a falling income to the school, which usually means the loss of teaching assistant jobs and all sorts of other issues. This is an issue that's affected rural areas a lot in the past, and special arrangements have been made. Is she aware of it, and is she considering what can be done to ameliorate this very, very serious problem, which is very damaging to the life chances of so many of our inner city children?
The honourable gentleman makes a very good point, and one of the things that local authorities usually do is to work with us to capacity plans, so that changes in demographics that often happen from time to time, they go up and they go down. When we actually were first elected in 2010, we had to find 1 million more school places because the previous administration had failed to do that as well. But obviously what's happened in the case of some of the inner city schools in London is the pandemic has changed more rapidly. So we are looking at that, and also the impact it's had on rural schools, because some of those have got increases in demand as well. So it is something we're aware of, and it is something that we'll be working with schools on as well. So thank you for your question. So I'll go to higher education. So, as I said, for some of the minority of cases, and it is a minority of cases, it could be a ticket to ride to nowhere, saddling students with debt and no prospects. This is bad for students, it's bad for the taxpayer, and it's bad for the reputation of our universities, many of which are truly exceptional and admired all over the world. A meaningless and arbitrary target of 50% of students going to university focuses on the wrong thing. It focuses on quantity over quality, which is why this government introduced new powers to clamp down on rip-off degrees, something the opposition claimed it was an attack on aspiration. But that couldn't be further from the truth. For example, and I'm now coming to the point that the honourable lady may want to listen to, because it directly answers her question. So, for example, average earnings for computing graduates 5 years after graduation can vary between £23,000, which is barely above the minimum wage, to £85,000, depending on the university. Now, students who choose computing probably listened to their parents, they probably thought about their future career, they thought they'd made a wise choice, they probably did think they'd made a smart choice. The attack on aspiration will be to let the next generation spend their time and money only to end up with a degree that doesn't help them to achieve their goals. Those who lose out from low-quality courses aren't the universities, it's the young people who've been sold a false dream. And many of us will know some of these young people. Defending that is a short-sighted and quite frankly snobbish mindset that fails the very people that education is meant to help. So I make no apologies for this government's commitment to high quality education, whether at school, at college or at university. We have already announced that we will introduce recruitment limits to reduce the growth of low-quality courses and account for earnings as part of the quality regime, so that students know that they will be getting value for money and a return on their investment. And I will certainly make no apologies for our work promoting apprenticeships and technical education as an equally valid route. I know how transformational a good technical education can be. It got me to where I am today. As the only degree apprentice in the House of Commons, I will always champion high-quality technical education. It changed my life, and it has the power to change many more lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, as Conservatives, we will always work to break down the barriers to opportunity. Today, there are more options to access high-quality technical education than ever before. But that hasn't always been the case. Under Labour, T-levels didn't exist. Under Labour, high technical qualifications didn't exist. Degree apprenticeships such as lawyers, accountants, space engineers, none of them existed. Skills boot camps didn't exist. The lifelong learning entitlement didn't exist. Institutes of technology didn't exist. Why? Because they were all introduced by this Conservative government. In case the benchers opposite are confused about what institutes of technologies are, they bring together education and business, providing skills in everything from aerospace to agriculture, energy to engineering. Sound familiar? Well, it should do. Labour's big new policy, Technical Excellence Colleges, effectively a little more than a rebrand of something that already exists. We've already delivered it. Labour once again demonstrate they have no new ideas. 13 years to come up with an original idea, and they failed even that. Madam Deputy Speaker, apprenticeships aren't a new idea, as demonstrated by the fact I did one many more years ago than I care to admit. But what is new is you can become a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, a space engineer. You can take degree apprenticeships in the NHS, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Amazon, KPMG, PwC, the list goes on. Any career you aspire to, anywhere, you can get there now via an apprenticeship. In fact, there are now over 680 standards, including 170 degree-level apprenticeships, all developed hand in glove with over 5,000 employers, none of which existed under the Labour government. Anybody doing one of those apprenticeships today is doing one of those apprenticeships because of the work put in place by this Conservative government. Since 2010, we've seen 5.5 million people benefit from these apprenticeships. We want to support even more people to access these life-changing opportunities. Opportunities that are now on UCAS, and from next year, young people will be able to apply alongside undergraduate courses. Madam Deputy Speaker, my apprenticeship was my golden ticket. And today, thanks to this government, millions more people are being offered the same opportunity. And hopefully, many future Secretaries of State will sit here having gone through this fantastic route. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just the younger generation who need opportunities. We are all living and working longer, and many of us, including myself, will have a second career. In fact, this is my chosen second career. Politics for me came after 3 decades working in international business. And like me, many people will want to change, and often this will require new skills. 80% of the 2030 workforce are already in work today, and we know that we need more people with new skills unlocking new opportunities. That is why we launched skills boot camps. These are free, flexible courses of up to 16 weeks, training people with an offer of a job interview at the end. They've supported people to gain skills in key sectors: digital, HGV driving, civil engineering, electric vehicle charging installation, wind technician, and they are often the first step into a brand new career. Our new lifelong learning entitlement also removes barriers to gaining new skills later in life. People will have real choice in how and when they study, enabling them to acquire life-changing skills to improve their employment prospects. Madam Deputy Speaker, both of these programmes will give people a chance to totally transform their lives at any stage, at any age. This government has been defined by our relentless drive to spread opportunity through better education. Yesterday, the King's speech continued that legacy. And today is the perfect time to take stock of the impact of those reforms. Because those who entered school in 2010 are the first generation of children educated under this Conservative government. They will be taking their A-levels and T-levels this summer, and the future is brighter than ever before for them. Standards of reading, higher. Standards of writing, higher. Standards of maths, higher. The next generation is coming through, and their potential and their achievements are higher than ever before. Let us never forget, Madam Deputy Speaker, how the Labour Party left us with an education system in decline, as unfortunately they continue to do in Wales today. They left us with limited childcare offer. They left us with declining standards in schools. They left us with poor technical education. They left us with an arbitrary target of 50% of kids going to university. And we know the reason why, because they are political opportunists with empty words, meaningless promises, which will inevitably change. That's the difference between us, Madam Deputy Speaker. Conservatives deliver. We've delivered the most generous childcare package in our country's history. We've delivered the highest school funding ever. We've delivered more high-quality technical education than any other government, past or present. We've delivered for adults looking to learn new skills. As Conservatives, we do more than break the barriers to opportunity. We take the long-term decisions to create opportunity. Both now and in the future, every child will benefit from a world-class education because of the decisions made by this Conservative government. Thank you.
Before I call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, just to say we've got a very packed speaking list this afternoon, so I would say that if members could confine their remarks to sort of 7 or 8 minutes to start with, that would be very helpful. I don't want to put a time limit on, but it would be, if we think of each other, that would be very helpful. Deputy Leader of the Opposition and Shadow Secretary of State, Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just say to the Secretary of State, well done for the level of creativity and imagination in those opening remarks. And in opening this debate on behalf of the opposition today, I want to offer a note of optimism after the miserable vision for this country's future presented by the government. Britain is crying out for lasting change, change that will see the ambition of our young people harnessed, the drive of our businesses rewarded, and the aspiration that exists around every kitchen table fully realised. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we promise our children and grandchildren that if you work hard, you'll be able to get on no matter what your background. We tell them that with enough graft, everyone has the opportunity to build a good life around what they do best and love most. But opportunity is built on security. So people live without fear that they might be evicted or lose their job for no good reason at all. On the foundation of a decent wage and a secure home. Well, this Prime Minister and his party have taken a sledgehammer to those foundations on which a good life can be built. So people today can no longer be sure that by working hard they will get on and that where they come from won't hold them back. The only certainty is that this government will sit on their hands while working people graft and ministers promise more of the same. Last year, it was the then Home Secretary who led today's debate for the government. This year, she's been dancing away through her party's conference with Nigel Farage. Dancing the right away, you might say. But while the former Home Secretary was dancing with Nigel Farage, it is the current one who is dancing to his tune. This week, she told us her answer to homelessness: take away their tents. And her answer to crime: waste police time arresting charity volunteers for giving the tents out. And then there's the Prime Minister, so weak, he doesn't dare put the proposals to us, but doesn't dare to distance himself from it either. He chooses delay while his cabinet argues behind closed doors. We know who's leading this dance and who's following, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that's the story of this King's speech through and through. Party before country. We needed a King's speech that would draw a line under 13 years of Tory decline. But instead, we have a party so devoid of leadership that they fight. The only fight that's left in them is to fight amongst themselves and argue over headlines. But while cabinet ministers argue over headlines, schools across our country are literally crumbling, with children cowering under steel props to stop the roof from falling in. Is there any clearer example, Madam Deputy Speaker, of a government failing in its basic duties than the constant drip drip of more schools being added to the rack list? Over 2 million children are at risk of regularly missing school by 2025 at the current rate. That's 1 in 4 of all children currently at primary and secondary school. A lost generation of children in England facing a tidal wave of mental ill health, unable to get treatment through the NHS. We waited yesterday for a plan for our children and young people that would see aspiration and ambition for everyone. A plan to prevent a child's background being a barrier to getting on. And a plan to deliver a curriculum that is broad, inclusive and innovative. A plan to get a grips with the epidemic of persistent absence and mend the broken relationship between the schools, families and government. And a plan to enable every child to achieve and thrive. Yet this sorry excuse for a government offers no plan for crumbling buildings, no plan to broaden the narrow, outdated curriculum, no plan for the children missing in classrooms since the pandemic, and no plan for the future.
Will she give way?
I'll happily give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. One of the things we didn't hear about from the Education Secretary today is actually that the attainment gap between the wealthiest pupils and the most disadvantaged pupils is growing, as evidenced by the Education Policy Institute and many other experts. We've seen that small group and one-to-one tutoring can be a really effective intervention for those children, yet the National Tutoring Programme, as things stand, is not due to continue beyond this year. Will she join me in calling on the Education Secretary to extend the National Tutoring Programme and fully fund it so that schools can help the most disadvantaged pupils?
Yeah. I'll do better than that. I call on the Minister and the Prime Minister to call a general election and let Labour take over, and we'll make sure that every child in this country has an opportunity. Instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, children's prospects in Britain are all too often limited by the circumstances of their birth, not opened up by their opportunities in life. Labour, led by my formidable colleague, our Shadow Education Secretary, has a serious plan to boost child development and young school outcomes, as well as expand training routes so more people than ever are on pathways with good prospects by 2035. This starts at school. I think the Secretary of State doesn't understand this. I remember all too well feeling hungry all day at school, unable to focus. I'm proud to say that Labour will introduce breakfast clubs in every primary school. And as my honourable friend announced, Labour will be on the side of children and families. We will boost standards across the schools by reinstating the requirement for qualified teacher status once again, ensuring teaching is a respected and valued profession, and reset relationships with families, schools, teachers and school staff. And Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour will end the tax breaks for private schools to fund that investment in excellent state education for everyone. But the fact is, today, young people are caught in a vicious Tory doom loop, denied the opportunities their parents had, left behind by their government from school to employment, unable to rely on the security of a decent home and a secure job. What the party opposite has successfully built is a boulevard of broken dreams. They've broken their promises to renters, to leaseholders, to house builders, and to all those who dream of owning their own home. Like a bad Santa at Christmas, they're doling out broken promises every direction. A broken promise to renters. The ban on no-vote evictions kicked to the long grass in an indefinite delay, blaming the court system they say they themselves have broken, appeasing the vested interests on their benches rather than doing the right thing for the country. A broken promise to leaseholders, not the integrated package of recommendations of enfranchisement, common hold and right to manage proposed by the Law Commission, but more cherry-picking and face-saving from the Secretary of State. A broken promise to house builders. They said they would bring back amended proposals to reform nutrient neutrality rules after their flawed first attempt was rightly rejected by the other place, including many of the Conservative lords. But we stood and we stand ready to agree and reform to build the homes we need while protecting the rivers from pollution. But yesterday, we heard not a word. Not a word. They were never serious, just playing political games. And Madam Deputy Speaker, what about first-time buyers? No targets, no ideas, no ambition. Too weak to take on the blockers in their own party and deliver the change that our country needs. The dream of a safe, secure and affordable home ever further out of reach. Instead of homes, all they've built is a house of cards. But Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the difference between us. We have a recovery plan for secure homes, to build 1.5 million homes across the country with a reformed planning regime that will unlock our potential. This is no time to wait. Let's get Britain building again with a generation of new towns unlocking growth across Britain with the biggest boost to affordable housing in a generation. Because you can't fix the homelessness without increasing supply of housing, and they can't boost real growth unless workers have the homes they need. We will not duck the difficult issues like the Tories have. We would abolish no-fault evictions and fix the broken leasehold system once and for all. Labour is the only party serious about boosting the supply of new homes to buy to rent and unlocking the dream of a safe and secure and affordable home for all. I'll happily give way.
Thank you very much. So the Labour Party talk about 1.5 million new houses. We talk about 300,000 new houses over the next 5 years. Could you tell me exactly what the difference is?
Well, think the Honourable Lady needs to see exactly, has the Honourable Lady's government ever delivered on any of their targets on housing? They haven't delivered. I'm sorry, they can pick a number out of the sky. They haven't delivered it. They haven't taken on the blockages in their own party, and that's why we're in this decline, and we don't have the houses we want in our country. But Labour will deliver them, will take on the blockers, and make sure that people do have a home for life. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I sense a déjà vu when I listened to yesterday's speech, because some of it sounded rather familiar. Take the pledge to increase housing supply and home ownership by reforming the planning system. Not from yesterday's speech, but back in 2014, nearly a decade ago. And home ownership rates are lower now than they were when the Tories came to power. Or take this line: my ministers will continue to prioritise measures that reduce the deficit, ensuring interest rates are kept low for homeowners and business. Well, that went well. That was from 2013. Since their disastrous mini-budget, when they crashed the economy, interest rates are through the roof, and mortgage holders are £580 a month worse off in the last year alone. Or take this one: my government will enhance the rights of those who rent. That was back in 2021. And near identical words have been in every single gracious address this Parliament. But the pledge was first made in April 2019 by the then Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. It's now 5 sessions, 4.5 years, and 4 Tory Prime Ministers later. They don't really like anything involving high speed, do they, Madam Deputy Speaker? So perhaps the Levelling Up Minister can at least say later whether he will commit to scrapping Section 21 by next April, 5 years after they pledged to do so. And if they do not have the support from their own benches, I can offer them ours. And if they do not achieve this in their last King's speech, we'll do it in our first. This government has not only failed young people from school to housing, but into employment too. Yesterday's announcements were utterly out of touch when it comes to the basic foundation of decent work. Time and again, in fact 20 times, Madam Deputy Speaker, ministers promised an employment bill that would not only protect workers but also strengthen our broken labour market, boosting productivity, retention and growth. They promised that enhanced rights and protections were just around the corner. It never came. The promise to introduce a single enforcement body, a measure that is backed by businesses and workers alike, gone. The promise to make it easier for fathers to take paternity leave disappeared. And the promise to end cruel practice of fire and rehire up in smoke. Instead, they have done nothing but fail workers, the public, businesses, by doubling down on their failed approach to Britain's broken labour market, leading to the worst strikes in decades. And Madam Deputy Speaker, now they're getting their excuses in early for Christmas, offering another sticking plaster to distract from the Conservatives' track record of failure. We all want minimum standards of service and staffing, but it's ministers opposite who are constantly failing to provide them. I know I'm an Avanti West Coast user. Only Labour can offer the change that Britain needs, with industrial relations fit for a modern economy where issues can be resolved before they escalate, by bringing in a new partnership of cooperation, trade unions, employers and government, meaning issues are resolved before the need for strikes, and learning from other high-growth economies that benefit from more cooperation and less disruption by updating trade union legislation so it's fit for a modern economy. Labour's New Deal is our plan to make work pay and support working people to thrive, tackling insecure work and ensuring good jobs and higher living standards in every part of the country. The next Labour government will present an employment rights bill to Parliament within 100 days of taking office. We will offer a new deal for working people, 0-hour contracts banned, fire and rehire gone, basic rights from day one, and a genuine minimum wage taken into account of the real cost of living that every adult will benefit from, going further and faster in closing the gender pay gap, making work more family friendly and tackling sexual harassment. But this won't just benefit working people. Our plans will be good for businesses and the economy too. They will help to keep more people in work, improve productivity and put more money in working people's pockets to spend, the absolute route to real growth. This will also benefit businesses, ending the race to the bottom by ensuring that good employers aren't undercut by those who use exploitative employment practices. By levelling up workers' rights, Labour will be starting a race to the top. A future of work that provides opportunity, affords dignity and fuels growth in every part of the country. The public know you laugh at them. They see it all the time. Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the bench needs to listen. It would be good for them to understand what it's like for. It would be good for them to understand what it's like for working people in this country after they crashed the economy, sent inflation sky high, record numbers of tax burdened on working people. I really do think they need to listen, because the British people deserve a government that matches their aspirations, a country where families have more money in their pockets with decent pay and good jobs, a country where their children have the opportunity they deserve to thrive, where young people aren't held back by their background, a Britain where no one is written off and no one is left behind. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State chunters, call a general election and let's test.
Whilst I've got your attention, just a little reminder, it is important not to address members directly. If the word you is used, it means me. So do bear that in mind. Remarks should be addressed through the chair. And a little reminder of my advice on the time limits. Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to, first of all, if I may, as others already have done, from across the House, thank His Majesty King Charles III for delivering the gracious speech yesterday. And I make my contribution today as the Member of Parliament for Aldridge Brownhills, a patchwork of communities, each with their own identity and a uniqueness to recognise and celebrate, echoing the industrial spirit and heritage of our past, whilst also looking to the challenges and opportunities of the future. And it is the theme of opportunity that I want to focus on today, starting with houses and homes. It's well known in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, and beyond, that together with the Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, I'm a passionate advocate of a brownfield first approach to developing new homes. And in doing so, we can be that truly regeneration generation, building new homes and protecting our precious green belt and our green spaces. And I will keep advocating for this. So I welcome measures in the King's speech to regenerate our town centres. Get this right, and by regenerating, reusing and recycling existing brownfield town centres and high street properties that are empty, we can really adopt a circular economy approach to housing. It can be win-win. And good regeneration is also really helpful, in fact vital, to protecting our green belts, which are absolutely critical to preventing the urban sprawl. It's why they were created back in 1935 and must continue to be protected, to prevent areas such as those that I represent simply becoming subsumed into the suburbs of a greater Birmingham. So, yes, I would like to have seen more mention of this and on planning in the King's speech, so as to continue building upon the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act of the last session of Parliament. It's about time we stop using the Green Belt as a scapegoat for our country's housing shortage. But housing and homes is about making the most also of what we have, developing a mix of housing and homes. It's not all about building new homes, it's about those that exist, which is back to my point of regeneration. But it also brings me on to another housing matter, which I'm pleased to see come forward at last, and that is leasehold reform. I guess I must declare an interest as a leaseholder myself, as I'm sure that many others are too. But I raise it because far from it being an issue that affects our cities, leasehold affects constituencies right across the country, including my own. And the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities estimates that there are around 4.98 million leasehold homes in England. That's a lot of homes. And what has become apparent in recent years and in my inbox is that there is a raft of problems that can affect these leaseholds. I can see the Housing Minister is nodding in agreement. For example, extortionate service charges and the complexity of extending lease agreements and marriage values. This causes stress and uncertainty for leaseholders and barriers for buyers. And it's time we sorted this out. A report for the Law Commission has been sitting in DLUC for quite some time now. So I would gently say to the Minister, can you get a move on with this, please, in the remaining time in this Parliament? But transport can also be a barrier to opportunity, and access to a good local train station will be transformative for communities like mine in Aldridge Brownhills. Stations can help reconnect small communities, regenerate local economies and improve access to opportunity, to jobs, to homes and education. There are currently only 8 places, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a population of 30,000 or more without an operational railway station and not situated within 5 kilometres of one. Aldridge is one of those. So I want to urge the government today, I'll take the opportunity, to push ahead with the next stage of this important project, to work with me and Mayor Andy Street to deliver the train station in Aldridge as part of Network North. We are making progress. Let's continue to do that because my constituents deserve to share the benefits of greater connectivity. So transport, housing, a safe community, all that matters, but so do skills. Skills to take advantage of job opportunities. And so I welcome the government's determination to strengthen education for the long term, the need to invest in skills and education for the future and also for today. Because right now the UK has 1.1 million job vacancies, and yet there are still people seeking work. We have to ask the question, why? It could be partially explained by the misfortune that we have a deficit of highly skilled people to take these jobs. And the skills shortage is set to cost our country £120 billion by 2030 due to a shortfall of 2.5 million highly skilled workers. This should not be the case. The UK is a renowned global leader in academic excellence and education. So why are we suffering a shortage of highly skilled workers when we should actually be a high-skill, high-wage economy? Maybe we're not investing enough in the right skills in the right areas, and there is a mismatch between skills and industry that we urgently need to address. I know from speaking to local businesses in my constituency there are vacancies for technicians, for mechanics, for tool makers. Across the Black Country and the broader West Midlands, there are manufacturing jobs available, but a deficit of skilled people to take up these positions. So I'm pleased to hear that the government is focusing on this, and particularly on apprenticeships and technical qualifications. Most importantly, though, making sure that our young people have choices and they understand what those choices are. I'm very fortunate to have a company called Incom in my constituency. They're one of the UK's leading training providers, delivering engineering skills, apprenticeships, training and upskilling. And I know the apprentice minister's on the front bench. Maybe he'd like to come along and visit and see the amazing work that they do with businesses and with young people. But I now want to turn to the topic of safer communities, a theme and focus also in the King's speech, because safer communities are stronger communities. And we know that crime, sadly, is a scourge on our society. And in recent years, it has become all too prevalent in too many of our communities. ONS data shows that in 2022-23, across the West Midlands, we recorded the highest rate of offences across England and Wales at 178 knife crimes per 100,000 of population. This equates to a staggering average of 5,197 knife crime offences in a year. But these are not just numbers, are they? Because behind every number, there's a story, there's a family, there's a loved one. They're friends, colleagues, a community. And in my own constituency, James Brindley fell victim to an unprovoked fatal stabbing in 2017 as he walked home from a night out. And the Brindley Foundation has a campaign to bring about positive social change and to reduce youth violence. We urgently need the legislation now to deliver the promised ban on machetes and zombie-style knives. And together with that, the police need the powers to seize and destroy any weapon that they find. This is something that I've campaigned for. Our local newspaper, The Express and Star, are also actively campaigning for this. And so the good work that is going on locally, and it is connected with breaking down barriers to opportunity, but we now need the legislation. So I'm hoping that will be something that will be included in the criminal justice bill, and perhaps someone from the front bench will be able to confirm whether that is the case or not. But local policing also matters when it comes to opportunity, and I'm keeping an eye on the clock, and I will get my skates on, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I just wanted to touch on policing, bobbies and buildings, which are at the heart of our communities, and we need safer communities to expand on and remove those barriers for opportunity, which is why I'm disappointed that our Police and Crime Commissioner is pushing ahead with the sweeping cuts to 30 police stations across the West Midlands, including in Aldridge. This is a reckless choice from someone who is saving Quinton while sacrificing Aldridge. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I can hear people chattering, and I said I'll bring my speech to a conclusion. But we need long-term decisions for the future, not short change for the short term. And so I would urge the ministers to work with myself and Andy Street, who knows the West Midlands better than anybody when it comes to breaking down the barriers of opportunity. I will continue, Madam Deputy Speaker, to press the government to do more for my constituents and to continue to deliver opportunities for the people, businesses and organisations that I represent.
I do want to stress how important it is that we think of others when we're making our speeches, and otherwise I will have to put a time limit on it. But obviously I don't for the SNP spokesperson, Pete Wishart, but I'm sure he'll be considerate of others as well.
And thank you ever so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a real pleasure to open for the Scottish National Party on the day after the day before. I sort of think of this as, I don't know, a constitutional boxing day where we sort of assess the quality of the turkey, maybe see how the hangover's getting on, make sure there's not the odd crown or tiara being left behind and everybody got home with the right ermine robe. And coming to the first thing when it comes to barriers, do we have to do this? Do we have to do this in such an ostentatious way? Our constituents are suffering now, probably the worst cost of living crisis. Some of those emeralds and rubies that were being described on the BBC yesterday are probably the cost of a local authority budget. So I know it's likely it's going to be the tribunes of the people that will be presenting the next King's speech, perhaps keeping with their political pallor. Maybe it could be a bit more beiger, a little bit more in keeping with what this country deserves, particularly when it's going through a tough time. Because I've already got constituents getting in touch with me who were actually quite upset about what they observed and the sheer ostentatiousness of what we observed. But this was a King's speech. This was a King's speech. Let's get to the substance of it. This was a King's speech that was designed to revive their catastrophic fortunes. 20% or more behind in the opinion poll for something like 2 years. This was an opportunity to reacquaint them with the affections of the British public. How did they get on?
Such as they are.
How did they get on? Well, that's sad news for colleagues opposite. Not particularly well. I don't think they want to see the news headlines this morning. Let's have a look at just some of them. A dud, a dead duck, a mischance, a failed opportunity. And that was only the Tory press. There were some real crackers. There was the King's speech. Colin Firth's one was better. And the one I particularly liked is the description of it being insipid, because that was mine. It was featured in the national newspaper, probably the finest publication that we have in the UK just now. And this was a King's Speech that had to work for them. And they were looking for something to get them out there to the stump, take on, what was it, fight as the leader of the House said, get them out fighting. They wanted the red meat. It wasn't so much red meat in this King's Speech. It was like last week's beef bourguignon. It wasn't so much a fillet steak. It was awful, both literally and figuratively. And they were looking for all the populist measures to get them out there. What did we get? A smoking ban. I imagine them being several things. This is the biggest congregation of right-wing Tories you'll ever see assembled under this roof and on these green benches. I hardly thought they would end up being standard bearers for progressive liberalism. A smoking ban, something that the Liberal Democrats haven't even proposed. Now, I support it. I think it's great. But imagine a lily-livered liberal like me supporting them on a measure. I don't know if that's good news or bad news for them, but I'm certainly thinking it's not the red meat that they're wanting. And there were so many contradictory, confusing things about this King's Speech. They've just styled themselves as the friend of the motorist. They are going to be the scourge of 20 mile per hour neighbourhoods. They are going to get rid of these clean air zones so people will have to breathe exhaust fumes for the next few years. So what are they going to do? They're only going to plan to legislate for self-driving cars. So much for being on the motorist side, they're not going to be any motorists anymore. So that was one thing that particularly intrigued me. Like, I suppose what they could do is be the scourge of 20 mile per hour neighbourhoods with an algorithm. That's the modern Tories for you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But this was a last gasp King's Speech. A bit like that 14-year-old looking for a pack of cigarettes in some future corner shop. This King's Speech confirms practically everything that we know about this Conservative government. It's a legislative programme from a can't-be-bothered government with nothing more to say, just waiting to be put out of its misery. And today's debate is themed breaking down barriers and opportunity. Well, I know the opportunity that the whole of this country wants, and that's the opportunity to kick the chaotic Tories out of power. And the barrier to that is them refusing to give us a general election so that we could achieve that objective. And even just saying another opportunity that I'm looking for on these benches is an opportunity to get my nation just away from this place. This is a King's Speech delivered by a government that we didn't vote for, doing things that we don't approve of and don't want. And wouldn't it be better if my nation was self-governing by the people who live and work in Scotland? But even just saying that, who knows, I might even be labelled an extremist now. Now, there was lots of talk about the red meat that was supposed to be included in all of this, and all this stuff about turfing homeless people out of their shelters on the streets of the UK. But the other one that they were considering was to extend the definition of an extremist to cover people who sought to undermine the integrity of the United Kingdom. Now, that's my political mission. My job here is to ensure that the UK is undermined and that my nation becomes free and independent. I don't know if they're now thinking about extending this definition of extremists to half of the people who currently support Scottish independence in Scotland. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one being brought in, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, of course, there's very few bills in this King's Speech that actually apply directly to Scotland. Scotland isn't even mentioned in the King's Speech. I'm listening to the pain of my honourable friend from Arfon, who notes that there's nothing mentioned about Wales either. Apparently, we're told in some of the documents that 20 of these bills somehow apply to Scotland, but they barely touch the sides of the Scottish experience and the conditions that my constituents are currently living out just now, where we are looking for practical measures that actually deal with the reality of the situation our constituents are in just now. Things like dealing with the cost of living crisis, helping people through this winter with energy bills which will remain sky high. Nothing is in this bill that does this. It's the Scottish Government, my colleagues in Edinburgh, are having to pick this up with the transformative Scottish child payment. The one thing that we have in our gift that we can deliver to the Scottish people is to freeze council tax. And that's exactly what we're doing. Where we are in charge, where we have the responsibility, responsibility. We will make that difference to the living standards of people in our nation, something that they're not prepared to do. And I'm proud that our government is actually doing that. So these are the opportunities that we will give to bring dignity back, to tackle the real issues that our experiences are going on. And this is it seems like it's the levelling up in education that are leading this debate. There's nothing in this King's speech which either of these things, thank goodness in education, after listening to that drivel from the Secretary of State, that them and their ideological venture in education has absolutely nothing to do with Scottish education, and we could get on and making sure that we deliver for our children. While the Tories are fascinated and taking on poor degrees in university courses, what we are doing is making sure that young people in Scotland get the destinations that they deserve. Fantastic figures, Madam Deputy Speaker. 95.7% of 22 school leavers in Scotland have now secured that positive destination, either into work, into training or into further education. National 5-pass rate is up from 78.2% in 2019 to 81.6% in 22, our best exam year ever. Higher exam pass rates increased from 71.7% in 2007 to 80.3% in 2022. Thank goodness we do not have the Tories involved in any of our devolved services, because we would end up being subject to the drivel that we heard from. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have no tuition fees in Scotland, which means that students from Scotland do not have the crippling sky-high debt that these Tories seek to burden on our young people at the beginning of their lives, and thank goodness for it. Of course, there is one bill that totally applies to Scotland, and that's the bill which seeks to have an annual licence round for North Sea exploration. This perplexes me, as it perplexes so many people in Scotland, because I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, you were here too during this debate about Scottish independence, and you'll remember them and the Better Together side telling us that Scotland's oil and gas was just about to run out. We were told that we were actually cursed with this stuff, that even having it would seek to impoverish us. But now, what we of course find out is that North Sea oil and gas will liberate us from foreign reserves, reduce bills, and give us the energy security this nation needs. What a remarkable resource this is in the North Sea, when it can simultaneously be running out and a curse, but at the same time rescue the UK from its current conditions when it comes to oil and gas. And of course, it is all absolute bunkum. Apparently, we're going to get to net zero more efficiently by taking more carbon out of the ground, burning it, and then releasing it into the atmosphere. No one believes that sort of bunkum science other than the Tories. This government has already watered down the government's climate targets, pushing back the deadline for selling new petrol and diesel cars and the phasing out of gas boilers. By far the best way to improve energy security, cut bills and support workers is through investing into more renewables. Extracting more oil from the North Sea won't help energy security in Britain or reduce bill. Our oil is actually owned by the big companies like Shell and BP, which extract it and sell it into the international markets, which we then buy back at market rates. These new licences will make no difference, and the way to reduce dependence on foreign oil is to reduce dependence on oil. It is as simple as that. And after 14 years, this is really the best the Tories could do. They're now at the stage where they're wanting change from themselves. Yes, we all want change, but the change that we all require and need is to get rid of the Conservatives. At some point in the course of the next year, they will meet their destiny with the British people. I'm supposing and suggesting this isn't going to be good for them. This King's speech has not worked for them. They've probably got one last chance and effort when it comes to the Autumn Statement, but I don't think anybody suspected or proposing they're going to get out of them. I don't just want rid of this Conservative government. I don't want Westminster government impacting and affecting decisions that are made in this country. We will get there, Madam Deputy Speaker, first by making sure that they're replaced, and then making sure that Scotland has that opportunity to decide its own future. And believe me, when that opportunity comes, Scotland will make its position dead clear, and we will be leaving this place for good.
Richard Drax.
Speaker. Pageantry is one of our country's great strengths. with yesterday's state opening of Parliament reaffirming our standards and values to the world. I'm proud of our royal family, our country, and our democracy. It saddens and concerns me that there is a significant minority who do not share my views. And some of them plan to march in London during this Remembrance Weekend, Madam Deputy Speaker, a time reserved for quiet reflection for those who died serving in our name. They gave the ultimate sacrifice. The right to protest peacefully in this country is long held, and rightly so. However, Saturday's march must be banned. Not only is it disrespectful, but there is a genuine risk of disorder, potentially on a large scale. I would urge those who are genuinely concerned about the war in Gaza to stay at home on this special weekend of remembrance. To those who do attend, I say there can be no other reason than to cause trouble. As for the King's speech, I have mixed feelings. With a year to go before an election, I'm always looking for red meat, Madam Deputy Speaker. Certainly a far stronger narrative. To be fair, no bill alone can tackle the huge challenges the country faces, such as our debt, foreign wars, and the consequences of the pandemic. What the nation is looking for is a healthy dose of common sense, a re-emergence of British values, and an end to all this wokey, politically correct nonsense that is corrupting all that we hold dear. A ban on smoking and the Orwellian driverless car are not top priorities either. The British people are crying out for a clear choice. For too long, with high taxes and a bloated state, we have aped the opposition benches, spending money we simply do not have. Courage and conviction are needed now, and we did see hints of that in the King's speech. Tougher sentencing, more money for our armed forces, more doctors, nurses and dentists, to name but three, are all positive and to be welcomed. However, words are easy. It's backing them up coherently that counts. For example, a new ambition to raise defence spending from 2% to 2.5% is good news, but arbitrary targets are meaningless. Would it not be more sensible to calculate what we need to defend our island and fulfil our NATO obligations before we even think of setting targets? Our armed forces are under-resourced. This world order is under threat. Another ambiguity is the new licensing regime to extract oil and gas in the North Sea. While totally sensible, punitive taxes are hardly going to encourage companies to take such a risk. To secure investment, countless jobs, and our energy security, the industry urgently needs low taxes. Oil and gas will continue to play a role in our economy for many years to come. To deny that will condemn the country to abject misery. Why wasn't there a bill to redraft the Climate Change Act 2008, which will simply impoverish us and scrap all the green taxes? I'm all for reducing carbon emissions, but not until the renewables are reliable and affordable. And let's not forget nuclear, which will be a crucial part of the mix. Welcome, too, is the reform of tougher sentencing for serious offenders. But while they will spend more time in jail, those committing less serious crimes will evade it because we've reached full capacity. New prisons are being built, but not fast enough. One bill I would like to have seen in the King's speech is one reintroducing national service for those who need a hand up. And that number is sadly growing. We already spend billions of pounds on encouraging reliance on the state. Let's spend that instead on instilling in people that life is about contributing, about service, and taking responsibility for one's self. I hope most sincerely that the much-awaited autumn statement will go some way to answer some of my concerns. What we need right now is a clear vision based on sound Conservative values. We are Conservatives, Let's start acting like them before it's too late.
Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate. The attack made by the Secretary of State on Sure Start was completely ill-conceived. Sure Start dismantled by the Conservatives. But the one area where I thought she did have a point was in her attack on the state of secondary education when she was a pupil and the Thatcher government was in charge. And thankfully, the Labour governments which followed have addressed those very serious problems she suffered from when she was at school. But my right honourable friend in opening the debate was absolutely right to take the Home Secretary to task for her attack on people forced to sleep on the pavement in tents and for her description of them of having made a lifestyle choice to do so. It is hard to understand how somebody holding such a crucial role in the government of the country can have no grasp of the harsh realities facing far too many people during the current crisis. The Prime Minister, in opening the debate yesterday, in his speech, spent some time, quite rightly, talking about the situation in the Middle East. And I also want to take the Home Secretary to task for her description of those taking part in the recent Palestine marches as having taken part in a hate march. The Home Secretary owes those marchers an apology. No doubt she hasn't spoken to any of them, but the constituents that I've spoken to who've been taking part in those marches have no truck at all with the appalling massacre and hostage-taking by Hamas. They're definitely not motivated by hate. They are motivated by distress and compassion. They see appalling images refreshed on their screens hourly of children being killed and maimed. Some have told me they can't sleep at the moment because of their distress at what's happening. They want it to stop. Surely we all want it to stop. The Home Secretary may reach a different conclusion to those who've been on the marches, but she's absolutely wrong to impugn their motives so unfairly as she has. And unlike the Honourable Member for South Dorset, I think the Metropolitan Police Commissioner is absolutely right in his decision about the march this weekend. There is no lawful basis for a ban. I'm glad the Prime Minister has made a renewed commitment to deliver a two-state solution to secure state, and the government's own commission has said, and I quote, "The consultation period is insufficient to enable disabled people and their representative organisations to respond meaningfully." We've asked, the Select Committee asked on a unanimous cross-party basis that the pension schemes in 2018, finally after 5 years, the government responded to that consultation in July this year. Consolidation is important for the ambitions to secure more pension scheme investment into the UK economy set out by the Chancellor in his Mansion House speech. And in that speech, he spoke of, and I quote, introducing a permanent superfund regulatory regime. The commitment of the Minister for Pensions to have a permanent regulated regime for superfunds as soon as parliamentary time allows was very welcome as well. But there isn't a bill. The aspiration that the Chancellor set out not very long ago will not be fulfilled by this King's speech. In evidence to the committee, the Chief Executive of Clara Pensions said that in an ideal world, legislation for superfunds would be enacted today. Luke Webster of the Pension Superfunds said the direction of travel set out by the Minister in the Department's response was, I quote, very helpful, and having that properly defined in regulation would give a lot more confidence to investors and those involved in delivering these proposals. But there isn't a bill. There's no, as my right honourable friend in opening pointed out, there's no employment bill either. Ever since the Taylor Review 6 years ago, ministers have promised a bill to regularise the status of people working in the gig economy, ensuring access to a pension scheme and other rights which Parliament has determined they should have. It was in the Queen's speech in 2019, but yesterday it was missing once again. Madam Deputy Speaker, today the Trussell Trust has announced the highest ever level of food bank demand. In the 6 months to September, over 1.5 million emergency food parcels, 16% more than the same period last year. Nothing in the King's speech addressed that disgrace. I think I'd better wind up, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the advice you've given us. The Chancellor must at least uprate working age benefits in line with September's inflation to avoid making matters even worse.
Rob Butler.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to speak in this historic debate following the first King's speech for more than 70 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, opportunity manifests itself in many ways, but one thing is clear. It is the Conservatives that are the party of opportunity. As a comprehensive school student during the Thatcher years, I was inspired to look for opportunities and seize them. Not expect to be given a handout, but to work hard as a way to achieve my ambitions. Now, I recognise I've been very lucky. I've had many opportunities and some successes along the way. And one of the reasons that I sought election to this place was to help other people have better opportunities, whatever their background or whatever befalls them. And key to opportunity is the economy. That is the case for everyone in whatever walk of life. Too many people sneer at the private sector. Too many people criticise the profit motive. But it is entrepreneurs who take the risks and make the investments. It's businesses that create the jobs and generate the wealth. Without them, there would be no money to pay tax and therefore no money to deliver the excellent public services that we all deserve and want. So I was delighted that His Majesty began his gracious speech by stating that his minister's focus is on increasing economic growth. We need to remove the barriers to growth if we are to remove the barriers to opportunity. That means reducing regulation, it means incentivising investment, and it means lowering taxes, all in a fiscally responsible way. And I'm particularly pleased that the government has committed to addressing the drivers of low growth over increasing the national debt. This is in marked contrast to the opposition solution of more tax, more borrowing and more debt. But we shouldn't be surprised. After all, it has always been Labour's way, and we know the Shadow Chancellor is a fan of cut and paste. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I share the government's firm belief in the ability of education to break down barriers to opportunity and improve life chances. We are doing this in Aylesbury, where our excellent schools strive to give every child a brilliant start in life. Buckinghamshire is renowned for its grammar schools, deservedly so, if my recent visit to Aylesbury High School is anything to go by. The spirited questions from its sixth formers reminded me somewhat of this place. However, it is not just academic education that is flourishing in Aylesbury. Since my election, I've been a strong supporter of Aylesbury's UTC, and I am extremely pleased to have been able to help secure its long-term future. Very pleased to see my right honourable friend, the Minister for Skills, who I know is an equally ardent supporter of UTCs, on the front bench. And I warmly welcome the government's commitment to high-quality technical education affirmed in the King's speech and the parity of esteem that will then be achieved with the introduction of the Advanced British Standard. Because this is how we open up more opportunities for our young people, by providing options in educational choice. Quite the contrast once again with the opposition benches, where all we've heard is the politics of envy in the form of taxing independent school fees. Red meat for the militant left, but not, I would suggest, a feasible plan for the government. What better illustration can we have than that, where on this side of the House we believe in opportunity for all, whereas the Labour Party are showing that they believe in division. And we're better to illustrate the Conservative commitment to opportunity than in my own county, where Buckinghamshire's Conservative Council runs the Opportunity Bucks programme to help address education, health and income inequalities. For while Buckinghamshire as a whole might be a wealthy county, parts of Aylesbury are struggling with considerable deprivation. And to help tackle that, ambitious plans are in place for the redevelopment of our town centre, and I look forward to continuing to work with the local business community, local councillors and indeed the Minister, also on the front bench from DLUC, to help ensure that the right long-term decisions are made for Aylesbury to remain a great place to live, work, visit and invest. Unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must just say that these days it can be something of a challenge to get to Aylesbury and experience all it has to offer as a result of appalling traffic congestion. Much of this could be overcome with the rapid construction of the link roads that have been planned to circle the town. So the formal announcement in the King's Speech of Network North is welcome as a way to speed up the approval of funding for the South East Aylesbury Link Road and the Eastern Link Road project. This would go some small way to begin to compensate for the huge disruption and devastation that's been caused in my constituency by the construction of Phase 1 of HS2. It is a blight we see every day with Woodlands Feld. It is a blight we feel every day sitting in yet more traffic as HS2's HGVs ruin our roads. So funding that comes from the cancellation of HS2's Phase 2 would be an important contribution to greater connectivity for individuals and firms alike. And as the Federation of Small Businesses told me recently, connectivity is absolutely key to success of companies across the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is another area of barriers to opportunity that I'd like to address briefly, and that is the barrier that can come from involvement in the criminal justice system. This House knows that prior to my election I served as a magistrate, was a member of the Sentencing Council and non-executive director of HMPPS. My determination and even passion to improve the criminal justice system is one of the principal drivers of my work in this place. Now, over the last few years, we have seen a very welcome increase in the emphasis in getting former prisoners into jobs, because we know that paid work can dramatically reduce the risk of reoffending. Not only does it provide an honest wage, but a job provides a sense of worth. Sadly, though, too many ex-offenders do not yet have that opportunity. And that is partly because short prison sentences do relatively little to reduce reoffending. So I'm very pleased that the government is embarking on some radical sentencing reforms, and especially that it is increasing the focus on robust community orders. The concept of a virtual prison is one we should explore too, where we seize the opportunities afforded by digital innovation to create opportunities for personal change, growth and success. It is right, too, that for the worst offenders, the entire prison sentence will be spent behind bars, and that for the most appalling crimes, life will mean life. Because that, too, represents opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, the opportunity for victims of crime to know that justice has been done, the opportunity for the public to be safe and secure, protected from harm, the government carrying out its first and prime duty to its citizens. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether in justice, whether in education, or whether in the economy, this King's Speech sets out bills for the months ahead that do show a brighter future for our country, a brighter future that can only come from this Conservative government.
Yeah. Well, we've speeded up a bit, so my guidance still stands, but it says between 8 and 9 minutes. Dame Angela Eagle.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman in this King's Speech debate. After 13 years in government and 3 Tory Prime Ministers in the last year and a half, this King's Speech offered us pretty thin gruel. It was no real vision for the future. There was nothing like a plan to get there, and it was nowhere near adequate to meet the challenges this country is currently facing. The speech contained just 21 bills, 6 of them carried over from last year's parliamentary session. Many of those included such as leasehold reform turn out on closer inspection to be pale shadows of what was previously promised by this government. There are bills which nod to the need for reform but don't actually deliver meaningful change or delay it so long as to be meaningless. And they sit along such towering legislative ambitions as a bill to licence pedicabs in London. This legislative programme leaves the challenges my constituents in Wallasey are facing virtually unaddressed. Taxes are the highest they've been in 70 years. Mortgages are up. Rents have skyrocketed. The cost of living squeeze goes on. Inflation remains the highest in the G7, and food inflation is higher still. Growth is projected to be zero next year, and the Bank of England has put the chance of a recession at 50-50. After 13 years of this government, our rivers and seas are filled with sewage. Our schools are crumbling. 94% of crimes go unsolved. Our transport system is in chaos, and over 7.5 million people are on an NHS waiting list. Where in this King's speech were those things addressed? Food insecurity, which was once rare, now in the last year, in a rich G7 country, over 11 million of our fellow citizens have experienced it. In my Wallasey constituency, the number of emergency food bank parcels provided by the Trussell Trust has increased by 57% since the last general election. On the Wirral as a whole, over 16,000 people received emergency food parcels last year. A third of them were children. And in the country as a whole, 9 children out of 30 in a class are growing up in poverty. This legislative plan does not even mention, let alone begin to address, the daily struggles and hardship that millions of people in this country are now facing. There were also, as my right honourable friend for East Ham mentioned, some notable omissions from the speech. A promised reform of the Mental Health Act was missing. An employment bill to give workers a fairer deal was missing. And the Tory manifesto promise to ban conversion therapy for LGBT plus people was missing. There was no sign of the promised reform to audit rules, boring to some but quite important to the good working of our economy. And as my right honourable friend pointed out, the pensions promises of reform were also absent. And despite the Prime Minister's much vaunted summit, there was no regulation of artificial intelligence anywhere to be seen either.
Or real intelligence.
So we have a government which has long since, Madam Deputy Speaker, ceased to govern. A government which seems to be uninterested in tackling the serious issues our country faces. A government which seeks division rather than solution. And we have a programme for the final year of this Parliament which was briefed out by senior Tories as being designed to, and I'm quoting, set traps for Labour in the forthcoming general election campaign. The Offshore Petroleum Licensing Bill is one such example. The industry says this bill will make no difference whatsoever, and the Secretary of State has been forced to admit that it won't lower energy costs for consumers. While rough sleeping is up 74% under the Tories, we have a Home Secretary who, instead of solving the problems of the housing shortage, wants to make it illegal to give tents to the homeless. She claims they are indulging in a lifestyle choice by having the temerity to sleep on our streets. And we have 5 criminal justice bills which toughen sentences for convicted criminals, but have nothing to say about the huge and growing backlogs of criminal cases, some of which are taking 2 years even to get to court. Or they have nothing to say either about the plummeting arrest and conviction rates for serious offences, tinkering while not dealing with the real issues. Rather than do the day job, this tired and incompetent government is grinding to a halt. It seems much more preoccupied with pursuing its own internal factional fights than addressing the growing needs of the country. It's even now possible to discern the looming battle to be the next leader of the opposition, commencing between the current Home Secretary and the Trade Secretary. We can spot the dwindling band of Boris Johnson supporters publishing absurd conspiracy-laden books like The Plot to explain his defenestration, when the rest of us only need to follow the COVID inquiry to appreciate what the real explanation is. And as the previous Prime Minister tours the world, proclaiming that despite her catastrophic 44-day tenure in office, she was in fact right all along, we can see that the Tory party can never be the change that this country is crying out for. The change Britain needs is a mission-led Labour government embarking on 10 years of national renewal, a government which will secure the highest growth in the G7, make Britain a clean energy superpower, build an NHS fit for the future, make Britain's streets safe and break down the barriers to opportunity at every stage. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's long past time for this flailing, divisive Tory government to recognise that the country needs real change and call a general election so that the country can have the new start that it deserves, and sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Flick Drummond.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and apologies to you for asking you to figure out the lack of difference between the housing numbers. It is a total pleasure to speak in this debate on the Majesty's gracious address. As the Secretary of State stated, one of the best ways to break down barriers to opportunities is through education. Outside parenting, teachers in our schools are crucial to providing life skills that ensure that people from more disadvantaged backgrounds can break through any barriers. It enables them to do whatever they want to do with their lives. As the Sutton Trust said, a young person's future outcomes should not be determined by their background or economic circumstances. Boosting social mobility through education is the way we get talented young people to develop their ideas and improve the world for all of us. So changing the education system to make sure it works for everyone is one of the reasons why I got involved in politics. I wrote a report for the One Nation Conservatives over 3 years ago now, and I was very pleased to see so many commissions last year coming to much the same conclusions that I did. The Times Commission said that our curriculum is too narrow at the top and was not providing the skills that universities and businesses want. I agree with that, and so do all the employers I speak to. So that's why I am so pleased with the Prime Minister's announcement about the advanced British standards, that though I've made my views clear on the title, I do think we need to change it. But as I wrote in my report 3 years ago, I agree putting vocational and academic subjects on a par, along with maths and English into 18, is an excellent idea. And we're not talking about everyone doing maths A-level, but functional maths that might be related to the vocational subject or to life in general. However, 1/3 of young people have to retake their maths and English GCSEs over and over again in some circumstances. And I've talked to young people about this, and it's very dispiriting, and it is a blight on their education. So why are we still having these high-stake exams at 16 when the key assessment point is, in fact, 18? Very few other countries copy our approach. We should gear the system to assess at 18, get the curriculum right, and remove the barriers of GCSEs. And I also want to point out that most other countries start their technical education at 13 or 14, and I've always advocated on a 13 to 18 curriculum, because not starting early will limit that experience and the exposure to many subjects, including technical education. My final point is that I must regret the absence of a bill to introduce the register of children not in school. The House will recall I introduced a bill to do this in the last session after the measure was dropped from the schools bill. Before I introduced the bill, I consulted teachers, educational think tanks, children's charities, teacher unions, the Children's Commission, and also ministers. Parents have a right to homeschool children, and my bill would have done nothing to prevent them. Its aim is to ensure that vulnerable children are identifiable and can be supported. There is a crisis in attendance post-COVID, and we have to tackle it before these children miss out. My bill fell at the end of the last session, and I noted that the Schools Minister committed to introduce legislation at a future suitable opportunity. What more suitable opportunity could there be than the one that we have now? And I was deeply disappointed at the lack of the bill in the gracious speech. The wording of my own bill provided a ready-to-run solution with support from across the House and across the education system. I would urge ministers to look at this again, and in the meantime, I will continue to look at ways of getting this much-needed register in place.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this debate is entitled Breaking Down Barriers to Opportunity. And I look at the issues facing people in my own community of poverty, of low wages, of the disgraceful two-child policy on benefits, of systematic discrimination, inadequate housing, poor air quality, and so on, that affects so many inner city and other communities across this country. And I don't see any answers whatsoever in the King's speech. And on the environmental issues that the King managed to stumble across in telling us about the new policies, we're told that somehow or other new oil drilling and new fracking will improve the environment and make the world sustainable and put us in line with all the other conventions that the government itself has signed up to over the past few years. And so I just think that this debate is sort of slightly surreal in its title and in the way in which the government has addressed it. I want to say a couple of things about education first. We have a situation in schools, certainly in England, where there are deeply stressed teachers, deeply stressed students, a mental health crisis affecting all elements of staff within our schools, and particularly young people. Mental health crisis goes right down into primary schools. And then at later stages we have grotesquely indebted graduates, and we have in some cases parents deeply in debt or in problems, just trying to find childcare for their children in order to continue in work. And so it's not as if we're giving all of our children a great start in life. The strikes that have taken place by the teaching unions over the past year have been, yes, about wages. They've also been about workload. They've also been about the education quality that's delivered in our schools. And they've also been a demand for the full funding of the pay settlement that was agreed to ensure that school budgets weren't slashed as a result. The government then did a volte-face on that, and having accepted that they would refund the schools in order to pay for the settlement, have tried to get out of that. Because this has to be part of a process of catch up on the salaries of our teachers who've been so badly treated by this government. I raised in an intervention on the Secretary of State, and she kindly gave way to me and gave me an answer that the government is aware of and investigating the problem, and that is one of falling school rolls. In my constituency, along I suspect with many other colleagues representing inner urban areas, there is a problem of falling rolls, partly because of people moving out of urban areas, partly because of a lower birth rate, partly because of homeschooling. There are a whole variety of issues, but the reality is that many schools have seriously falling rolls and are therefore in questioning their own survival. Each school is asked to deal with this problem on its own with the local education authority where it's a maintained school, and the issue is that the teaching assistants go first, the other support staff of the school go second, the teachers go third, and all along the line the after-school activities and so on are all cut back and dealt with. Now the government has had to deal, successive governments have had to deal with this issue in rural areas in the past, understandably, and they have come to a funding arrangement which has often protected rural schools, albeit with quite low numbers. I suggest the same principles should now be applied to inner urban communities as well, because the importance of keeping a local primary school within walking distance for all children is something that's very important as part of the glue of the community, and I hope that this issue can be addressed very, very quickly indeed. We don't have an education system that's integrated. We have far too much competition within the education community, and we have local authorities trying to juggle between maintained schools, free schools, academies, and a very great difficulty therefore in planning for future educational needs. In the couple of minutes that I've got left remaining, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to reflect on the statement we just had earlier concerning the situation in Gaza and the demand that I strongly and fully support for a ceasefire. All deaths are deplorable in this. The 1,400 who were killed in Israel is utterly deplorable, and a vile act that was undertaken to kill those people, and we now have more than 10,000 dead in Gaza, including 4,000 children who've been killed. The statement by Netanyahu of permanent occupation of Gaza suggests to me that they're trying to expel the entire population, and a new Gaza would therefore be created in the Sinai Desert. That is the prospect we're faced with, and somehow or other our government is incapable of even voting for the minimal request at the UN, which was a humanitarian pause at that time in the Brazilian authored resolution, and now is still refusing to join the global call by a whole range of organisations calling for a ceasefire. That surely has to be the urgency of it. This morning on BBC Radio 4, Mustafa Barghouti, an independent member of the Palestine National Authority, dedicated to non-violent resistance to the occupation, spoke at some length and with great great heartfelt feeling of the occupation over 70 years, of the settlement policy on the West Bank, and the continuing and increasing settler aggression towards the Palestinian people. And his voice, I think, should be listened to very carefully. And if there's to be a long-term settlement, it's got to be the end of the occupation, it's got to be the end of the settlement policy, and it's got to be justice for those hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees that are living in camps in Jordan, in Syria, in Lebanon, and the diaspora all around the world. What is happening at the moment is ghastly beyond belief. We're watching in real time on television human life being destroyed with weapons, some of which have been in part supplied from this country. Can't our government just wake up to the simple humanitarian demand that millions of people in this country are making and will be making in a peaceful march on Saturday, not in competition with the Remembrance Weekend, but part and parcel of it? We're remembering the horror of all those that lost their lives in 2 world wars and many other wars, and trying to bring an end to this ghastly conflict to save life from being destroyed in Gaza and in anywhere else in the Middle East. Surely we can make that voice and make it clear from this House that we support a ceasefire now.
James Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure there's much to welcome in the Queen's speech, and there's much to ponder on the theme of breaking down barriers to opportunity. But I was warmed to my theme. He's no longer in his place, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, who I always find entertaining in this House. I always disagree with everything he says, but he's very entertaining. But he's entertaining in a way which Shakespeare's clowns are entertaining, I think, because today marks the 400th anniversary of the publication, the exact date of the publication of Shakespeare's first folio, which was the first time Shakespeare's plays were put into a printed edition, 36 of those plays in the first folio. And as you see, across the media today, Shakespeare is being celebrated. So I thought it would be remiss as the chair of the all-party group for Shakespeare not to mark the very significant moment of this anniversary. The folio probably represents a foundational moment in our culture, and is very relevant to the debates we're having today around opportunity. Although some of my constituents and others might be saying, why is the MP for Hale Zone in Raleigh Regis standing up and talking about a dead playwright? And why is he important? What has he got to say about our contemporary world? And my argument is that the folio today gives us an opportunity to reassert the continued importance of Shakespeare's works in the modern world, and particularly in terms of our cultural heritage and our education system, because the performance and the understanding of Shakespeare's plays, it seems to me to be essential for the education of our young people. I recently took part as a judge in a competition which was organised by the Coram Shakespeare Foundation, which asked young people to reimagine a Shakespeare speech in the contemporary world. And there were some incredibly creative ideas that were put forward. And I think it's vitally important that the kind of the discipline required to understand Shakespeare. I know many of us may have had bad experiences at school when we thought. I remember studying As You Like It for O level, as it was at that time, and it sort of put me off. It took me until I did an English degree 5 years later to sort of get into Shakespeare. But the discipline of putting on performances and the creativity of putting on the performances, I think, is absolutely critical to the education of our young people. And also the protection of the cultural heritage. Shakespeare is a central part of our national culture. And I wanted to mention a project over in Southwark, the Rose Revealed project, which is in 1989, there was some archaeological digs done under a building over in Southwark which revealed one of the original Shakespearean theatres, the Rose Theatre, which some of Shakespeare's plays was performed there, some of Marlowe's plays were performed there. And there is a second phase of that project called the Rose Revealed, which is to do further work on that site in order to create an exhibition centre celebrating the works of Shakespeare and his contemporaries, and with a broader vision to kind of create an Elizabethan quarter on that side of the river in London. But there are many other organisations across the country which are supporting Shakespeare education and supporting the performance of Shakespeare. Obviously, the Royal Shakespeare Company, the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust, and my alma mater, the University of Birmingham, which has the Shakespeare Institute in Stratford, doing incredibly important work in promulgating Shakespeare and promoting his works. There's a second reason why I think the celebration of the folio and talking about the folio and Shakespeare is important today. We live at a time when the international order is under threat. We have conflicts throughout the world. The Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've been talking about the situation in Israel and Gaza. And what has Shakespeare got to do with that, you may say? It is the case that I know from my contacts with the Ukrainian Shakespeare Centre that, and as I did it as a Prime Minister's question recently after the visit of Vladimir Zelensky, that Shakespeare's plays, and I think in particular Hamlet, have been put on in air raid shelters in Ukraine as an act of defiance against Russian aggression. And that is an incredibly powerful statement of how one of the great examples of our culture can be used as a way of supporting democratic values and asserting the power of creativity against brazen aggression. Because in that sense, Shakespeare is part of our soft power. But what do we mean by soft power? I was having a conversation with Professor Michael Dobson, who runs the Shakespeare Institute, and he put it in a way which said this, that Shakespeare's plays and their performances are a kind of conversation in which he represents humanity in all its plurality, in an eloquent way, in a very vigorous way. And Shakespeare characterises all that is best in British culture, while still inviting those of other cultures to join in that conversation. So Shakespeare is a very important part of our soft power, but it's not in a sense that he's a commodity that we can trade around the world. Those plays, those performances, are an absolutely critical way of bringing people together, of asserting the power of creativity in our world, and I think that's a very, very important dimension of why we need to celebrate the folio today. And my final point about why am I banging on about Shakespeare in the King's Speech? Feste, who was a character in Twelfth Night, said, "I can yield you none without words, and words are grown so false, I am loath to prove reason with them." And it is true that Shakespeare was writing those words all that time ago, but it's true that in our politics, in some ways, words have become false and it's very difficult to prove reason with them because of the fact we're living in this world dominated by social media, dominated by the soundbite, and dominated sometimes by false language on both sides of the political divide. And I think what Shakespeare can teach us, and why I think that it's important that this House considers and celebrates the first folio anniversary today, is because perhaps we can learn from his eloquence and from the conversation that is at the central feature of his plays as we seek to resolve some of the most profound domestic and international difficulties that we've faced for many years.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is out of ideas and without direction, a government either unwilling or unable to make the big decisions to give us a brighter future. And what a wasted opportunity, especially when it comes to action to tackle the nature and climate crisis. What better opportunity now to empower communities and businesses to break down barriers to tackle the biggest issue of our generation, and that is the climate crisis. And I'm pleased that the government has announced recently that it will introduce a GCSE on nature, or a GCSE, but it appears to me that the first person who should go through and pass a nature GCSE would be the Prime Minister, because considering what has been put forward, tackling the climate crisis in this King's speech is absolutely abysmal. And as we know, climate education doesn't just start in school. Climate education can go on as we speak, and we could organise citizens' assemblies, as we have proposed many times. They should be organised through local authorities. There are so many opportunities to educate people about the dangers of if we don't get this right, and if we don't reach our targets of 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050. But it seems that government bench continues to ignore it, continues to ignore also the opportunities that arise from actually getting to a green transition. And if we have a nature or climate GCSE, how those can grow into careers that actually make sure that we have got the skills for the future that we need in order to tackle the climate emergency and get to net zero. But this government's attitude is that everybody else must meet their commitments except themselves. Rather than protecting our children's future, this government is protecting the interests of the fossil fuel giants. How can they seriously claim to be leaders on net zero action when they are putting forward legislation to hold annual oil and gas licensing rounds? This is particularly shocking when compared to the government's unforgivable failure to allocate a single new contract for difference for onshore wind farms in the recent auction rounds. And I would like to hear how this new legislation will bring down energy bills to a single one of my constituents. Research from Uplift confirms that most of the oil produced at Rosebank will be shipped abroad and they're sold on the global market to the highest bidder. And all it will do is secure the future for the oil and gas giants and not the UK's energy supply. And moreover, the new offshore petroleum and licensing bill will not only fly in the face of our climate commitments, it will have wide-ranging and long-term negative impacts on the sustainability of our oceans and marine life. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as I say, this is the education that we need across the House and across the board and in every of our communities. And yes, starting with young children is a good start, but it seems to me that a lot more people of the older generation needs to have that education too. When will this Tory government embrace the clean, green future of the energy future and stop delaying our path to net zero? We need more grid capacity and more government action to capitalise on green jobs and technology. And yes, these new green jobs don't fall out of the sky. They start with proper career options for young people that they can start now so that we can see the energy transformation of the future. We hear from the Tory ministers that they hope to attract more investment for renewable investments, but their words do not match their actions. We cannot afford for a government to miss out on any more of its own targets, and that too should be part of an education. If we say we do something, we should actually deliver. We must take people with us on this green transition. and education is obviously the very, very first bit of it. There are so many untapped opportunities. UK solar power deployment is already significantly behind targets. The smart export guarantee should incentivize households to invest in solar panel by allowing them to sell the excess electricity they produce back to the grid at a better price and recover the cost of their investments much faster. And again, Madam Deputy Speaker, that education for householders of how they can actually invest in the net zero transition is such an important part of the puzzle. If we don't communicate properly with our citizens of what they can do in order to tackle the climate crisis, then where would we be? Under the current system, it takes decades before householders break even. Householders are confused. We need to make sure there are trusted sources of where people can get their information about how to tackle the climate crisis and break down those barriers that we are talking about today. That must change in order to bring about the revolution in rooftop solar that carries so many benefits for people and planet. The cheapest energy, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the energy we do not use. Reducing energy waste will lower bills and cut carbon emissions. We urgently need to upgrade our housing stock to guarantee warm and comfortable homes for everyone, long into the future. 1 in 4 private renters live in fuel poverty. 1.6 million children are living in privately rented cold, damp or mouldy homes. Landlords have contacted me concerned that they cannot afford to upgrade their property to energy-efficient standards. And again, this is just a piece of education. This is a piece of knowledge that we must share and must share urgently. And I would say our local councils are best placed to be the trusted sources for that type of information. But the government must see them as people to engage with and as partners and give them the opportunities and the resources that local councils need in order to share that information that's so badly needed in our communities. There are some subsidy schemes available for landlords, but they're not open to all landlords and can be difficult to access. We Liberal Democrats propose that all landlords should be allowed to offset their spending on insulation and energy-saving improvements against their income tax. Only through well-targeted incentive to landlord will we make the difference for tenants struggling to pay their bills. If the government disagrees with our proposals, I ask them to suggest an alternative. All that we have seen so far in this bill is that the landlords are now don't need to meet the EPC standards from 2025. It has been yet more delayed. When will we see action on making sure that families will not live in poor quality housing which are badly insulated, which makes their energy bills more expensive? But we need the landlords on board. We need a government that is prepared to use a carrot and a stick, and we need a government that is prepared to give out the information and make that information pool possible. And I would say, yet again, councils are the best place for that. E3G has found that raising the minimum energy efficiency standard to a grade C rating for privately rented homes would save bill payers about £570 a year. This government should hold firm and support landlords to meet these targets and keep home warm this winter. Since the last King's Speech, we have not reduced our dependence on oil and gas. We have not allowed households to make more sustainable choices. We have not given out that important piece of education that people need. We have not held the citizens' assemblies for the sharing of information that we so urgently need. And we have not protected households from rising energy bills. Too many households face another difficult winter, and the government's failure to deliver it is becoming their trademark. Judging from the King's Speech, this will not change anytime soon, although I still hold out that it will. They should prove me wrong or right.
John MacDonald.
Thanks. I fear that the chair of the All-Party Group on Shakespeare has opened a can of worms here in terms of Shakespearean votes, okay? Because most of us feel, I hate doing this, but most of us feel yesterday was a much ado about nothing in terms of and actually I think it was less Shakespearean, more upstart crow, to be frank. I listened to the Secretary of State's introduction to the debate itself. We have heard her personal history a number of times, and there is a benefit of not having to buy the inevitable autobiography when it comes out. But I would have thought she'd learned that, like most of us have actually with regard to education, it is better for children
when they go to school to maximise their education opportunities, and to do that they shouldn't be going to school hungry. And what worried me about yesterday's King's speech is that there was no attempt to address the problems of poverty within our society. Now, I never completely am sure about what the debate around the King's speech is about, because we know what the government is going to do and there's little influence we can have on them. And to a certain extent, though, now we've got the autumn statement, maybe this is about an attempt to shout through the letterbox of the Chancellor to say, look, there's issues that need to be addressed that the King's speech hasn't addressed. And one of them is poverty. I don't want to rattle too much through the figures, but we all know 14 million of our fellow citizens are living in poverty at the moment. 4.2 million of them are children. 2/3 of those children are living in households where someone's at work. So what does that say about low pay? And I have to say as well, the government needs to be clear that unemployment is rising steadily at the moment. We're now up to 1.5 million unemployed. And you know, when you're unemployed, when I was first on the shop floor, you're unemployed, actually unemployment benefit did get you through. Yeah. But then it was 28% of the average wage. It's now 13%. So we're now forcing people who are unemployed into a life of poverty extensively. Right. And the issue about, we do have a number of certified as unfit to work rising rapidly. And I think part of that is because many of them are on the 7.9 million waiting list for operations and treatment to get them back into work. I can remember having a debate in this House nearly 5 years ago when the UN rapporteur, Philip Alstrom, people can remember, he reported on the social security system and its implications for people in our society living in poverty. And I quote, he said, our social security system is the systematic immiseration of a significant part of the British population. And that shocked us because he started using the word that we'd not used for maybe generations, the word destitution. Well, last week, his successor, Oliver de Schutter, reported on the situation significantly getting worse. If we don't believe the UN rapporteur, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation is something across the House that we've cited time and time again, and when we've needed advice on how to tackle poverty. They reported now there are 3.8 million in our country living in destitution. 1 million children living in destitution. And they define destitution, and I quote, when people cannot afford to meet their most basic physical needs, to stay warm, dry, clean and fed. What they reported is that destitution has increased by 148% since 2017. That's not a society any of us want to live in, any of us. And I looked at their detailed research, but what I found most interesting is they actually talked to people and asked them, just give us an example of your experience. There's a whole list of quotes. This is the one that got to me. This is exactly said. Me and my partner survive on 1 meal a day. We make sure my daughter is eating. She has 3 meals a day. But me and my partner, we're lucky if we have 1 meal a day. Wow. That cannot be right, can it? In any society, that cannot be right. But there's a whole series of other quotes which talks about people going hungry because the food bank is only open a limited number of days, or they'll only get so many discretionary opportunities for receiving food from the food bank. And as my honourable friend previously said, the numbers have shot through the roof again. So this is an appeal, really. This is an appeal to the Chancellor to actually, in the autumn statement in a couple of weeks' time, just do something to help our children out of poverty. In the pandemic, it was recognised by the government that the safety net was not working. So therefore, what the government did with our unanimous support is that they added an extra £20 a week to universal credit to see people through. That needs to be done now, just as a first step. The cost is about £5.5 to £6 billion, which sounds a lot of money, but in the weight of government spending overall and the impact it could have on lifting children out of poverty in particular, it would be a significant investment. honourable friend previously as well, we've had this debate before. Scrapping the two-child limit would lift 250,000 children out of poverty. But also, I want to make sure children are not going hungry. And that's why actually the free school meals for all pupils is absolutely critical, I think, as a foundation stone for the future. And in many of our areas, we have people living in poverty because they can't afford the rents that they've got. On Sunday night, I had a family constituents come to my home because they're in a property in my constituency. To get on the council housing list, you have to live there 10 years, and then you have 5 to 6 years waiting. By that time, some of your children have grown up. Yep. This family came along to, and they came into my house. We sat down. This is someone who works in childcare. Both parents are in work, but they can't afford the rent. They can't afford the rent because actually the housing allowance no longer anywhere near matches what's needed to afford the rent. So I think actually the government needs to now look at ending the freeze of the housing allowance and restoring it, just restore it to the 2015 level of the lowest 50% of market rents. Can I also say there's a brutal form of social security policy in this country, and it's the policy of no recourse to public funds. Now, what that means is the children of migrants who've done nothing to deserve this are actually forced into poverty because their family have no recourse whatsoever to public funds themselves. So I'm basically urging the government, the Chancellor in the autumn statement, just do something to lift our children out of poverty. There's a range of measures that are completely affordable that could actually have such a dramatic impact with regard to the lives of children in our country. Final point from me, no debate can go on without mentioning the children of Gaza. The 4,000 have been killed, the 1,000 that we think are under the rubble as well. And that's why our calls today for a ceasefire are so important. Sometimes when we have these debates, political calculation overtakes us, and when we come into the chamber, our humanity and sometimes our ability to express our concerns end there because of the politics of it. I actually thought we saw today across the House in many respects the real concern that there is about the children of Gaza, and I just hope the government can bring itself to lead the call for an immediate ceasefire, because I can't see any other solution to ending that suffering.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak in this, and it's also a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Hayes in Harlington, who always focuses upon, well, doesn't always, but in this sort of debate he does, on poverty of children. And it's the right thing to do, and the comments that the Honourable Gentleman referred to are replicated not just in his constituency but across the whole of the United Kingdom. For instance, the Honourable Gentleman referred to food banks. Just last week, the food bank in my constituency of Strangford had a front page article, and it wasn't a 16% increase in the usage of food banks, it was a 72% increase in food bank usage, and that is incredibly worrying. It's not just those who are on a low income now are the ones who are using the food banks, it's those in a middle income who are finding it more and more hard to pay their bills as well. So the Honourable Gentleman is right to make these points, and I support him entirely. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to speak, and what a poignant first speech delivered by His Majesty the King in his role. It's a privilege to be part of that audience, to witness his instructions for the delivery of the aims of this government yesterday, and to represent the good people of my constituency of Strangford, his loyal subjects, today as we seek to ensure that the needs of our community are met within those aims. I have to say as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I say it because when you watch the pomp and the pageant and the tradition and the history, it makes me feel incredibly proud to be British, to watch how the whole procession of King and the King's speech for the start of Parliament. I very much welcome, by the way, the apprenticeship scheme. The Secretary of State outlined that. Also very much welcome the childcare provision, good news. When it comes to low-lying fruit, it might be that, but the new tobacco legislation is also to be welcomed, even though it may not be earth-shattering as such, but it is important because it will hopefully make a change. I also welcome the increase in the Ministry of Defence spending, and I would request within that commitment that the government has given, that perhaps we should be looking at recruiting more TA personnel in Northern Ireland. The reserve forces in Northern Ireland are well recruited. There are opportunities, and I believe that we should be doing more to ensure legislatively that people can join the Royal Navy, the Army and RAF in Northern Ireland. I want to make 3 points. I would call it a Presbyterian sermon. I'm not a Presbyterian, by the way. I'm married to a Presbyterian. I'm a Baptist, but a Presbyterian sermon is in 3 parts. So I want to outline 3 points of it.
Catholicism.
Yes, my colleague always has a very good point to make. And it's breaking down barriers. I want to make 3 points if I can along those lines. The title of today's debate is one that resonates with me: breaking down barriers to opportunity. It resonates in a few ways, and I would seek assurances from government that their commitment to break down these barriers extends to Northern Ireland. In the last session of Parliament, I secured a debate on the green energy. And the Honourable Lady referred to green energy, the Honourable Lady for Bath referred to green energy and how important it is to have that in place. And the contracts for difference scheme. And I know the Minister will forgive me for raising this so quickly, because it's just in the recess, before the recess I actually brought this up in Westminster Hall. But this is a new session with new goals, and I hope a new approach. The contracts for difference scheme is not simply an energy issue, it goes much wider than that. It's also about the Northern Ireland economy. And because I'm a great believer in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland better together, for me it's important that we all feel the benefits of a King's Speech for every one of us, and ensure that Northern Ireland plays its part in the economy of this great nation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This is about building a Northern Ireland supply chain into the process. It's about Northern Ireland's desire to contribute to the government's net zero targets and to reach that target together equally across all of this great kingdom. It's about jobs, it's about STEM opportunities for ladies and women, it's about new skills that the Secretary of State for Education referred to. It's Northern Ireland's desire to be an integral part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to provide support for low carbon delivery for all in this great UK. 4 nations. When you go to the central lobby, there always something that always resonates with me. I love history and I love this place. It's no secret. But when you get into the central lobby there, the 4 regions, the 4 nations are together, but they become one within central lobby. And for me, that's the story of what I'm hoping for. It's about making sure that the barrier to opportunity must be torn down. I'm looking at the government today to make sure that happens for the contract of difference scheme. I know that government intends to commit over £1.6 billion for the Green Climate Fund, the biggest single international climate pledge the UK has ever made, and yet I feel there's a barrier within the UK that can be brought down to help achieve our climate pledges, as well as to improve the local economy in Northern Ireland, and the extension of contracts for difference to Northern Ireland as an essential component of that work. And I hope that the barrier to opportunity for Northern Ireland will be broken down and the opportunity can be offered. Green energy can deliver job opportunity and break down that barrier. When we discuss breaking down barriers to opportunity, you come to Northern Ireland. The very obvious one is at the Irish Sea border as a physical barrier that exists and which is detrimental to all in Northern Ireland. I know that the only reference, unfortunately, to Northern Ireland was fleeting by our Prime Minister, and the fact is that this issue is not resolved. He referred to the Union, didn't go into any detail about the Union. For one who believes in the Union, I'd love to have seen more coming from our Prime Minister. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The barrier to democracy erected by the EU is still fully in place, as my constituents are subject to laws that they have no elected representative feed into that process. And it's really frustrating for us as elected representative. My colleague from East Belfast is here as well, and we recognise the importance of local representation that makes a difference, and we at this moment in time are denied that. The barrier remains as the DUP remain unable to take their place in Stormont and devolved authority until further steps are made to restore our opportunity to operate as a fully functional member of this United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. When we discuss breaking down barriers to opportunity, one disappointment, as well as the third part of my Presbyterian sermon, as I was saying earlier on, is that the government continue to bury, I say this respectively to the Minister, I always try to be reasonable in my comments, continue to bury their heads in the sand with regards to child benefit thresholds. It's been a party policy for us. We brought a 10-minute rule in before the recess in this. It's an issue which I have raised again and again, and will continue to do so until government acknowledges that the 10-year strong freeze on the threshold equates to a reduction, and that is creating barriers to opportunity, to much needed extra funds into working families, which is unacceptable. And that's not just for us in Northern Ireland, that's for us all in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain, and that's for those in Scotland, for those in Wales, those in England, and us in Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, another barrier to opportunity for working families is that one throughout the UK who are afraid of accepting small pay rises for fear of dealing with HMRC, and whilst prices have escalated, their wages stagnant, and something has to break. It mustn't, never can be the working family, which the Honourable Gentleman for Hayes and Harrington referred to very clearly, and I'm saying the same thing very clearly as well. For them, I ask Government to include this in the list of priorities for this coming year. I'm coming to the end, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the timescale that you asked me and asked us all to adhere to. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would highlight that we have the tools, all of us here have the tools to build barriers in society. But you know what else? We also have the tools to break them down. Let's break them down together and make sure that we make the right choice, prioritise our economy, our union of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and our working families in this new session. May God bless the King and his government as they deliver his and their goals and their aims in this year. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, I do thank the Honourable Gentleman for sticking to the guidance. As I said, I'm more relaxed now because there have been a couple of dropouts. So I'm more relaxed. Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the anniversary of the Disability Discrimination Act, I have to say it's disappointing to note that there wasn't much in the King's speech that actually delivered for disabled people. And after 13 years of Conservative-led governments, disabled people feel they're an afterthought and that their rights are not fully protected and promoted in this country. It is frankly shocking that we are still having these conversations in 2023. Progress has gone backwards, not forwards. And it's well documented that the pandemic and the cost of living crisis has had a disproportionate effect on disabled people. And this is on top of the fact that there already exists extra costs associated with having a disability. Earlier this year, disability equality charity Scope released updated research on the extra costs associated with having a disability, the so-called disability price tag. Now, when Scope last calculated the price tag in 2019, it stood at an average of £583 per month for households with at least one disabled person. Over the last 4 years, it has risen to a shocking £975 per month, equivalent to 63% of household income. This means that disabled households need to find almost £12,000 extra per year to achieve the same living standards as non-disabled households. The impact of these rising costs is further exacerbated by the fact that disabled people also tend to have lower than average incomes. In its January 2023 report, the Resolution Foundation found that the gap in household income between adults with and without a disability was around 30%, including disability benefits, and 44% excluding them. And ministers tell us they have brought forth a number of measures to improve disabled people's rights and tackle the barriers they continue to face. So let's have a look at some of them in turn. First, the National Disability Strategy. Announced in the 2019 Queen's Speech, the strategy was much delayed before its eventual publication in the summer recess of 2021. Now, whilst claiming to be bold, it introduced little in the way of new policy for disabled people, instead relying on other pieces of government work. Then it was held up by a lengthy court case brought by disabled people who disputed whether or not the consultation process had been lawful. And I would suggest that had the government engaged in proper co-production, the court case would not have been necessary. So next came the Disability Action Plan, which was quietly announced in December last year. And after months of waiting, the proposals for the plan were published in the summer, recess again, and the consultation closed a month ago. And disappointingly, it does not contain a cohesive set of actions to bring about the changes disabled people so desperately need. And thirdly, we have the Health and Disability White Paper, which sets some plans to reform employment support and disability benefits. The most significant proposal, the scrapping of the work capability assessment. And this has left many concerned that the system will rely solely on the flawed PIP assessment. Now, all of this should be considered in the context of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which seeks to ensure that disabled people's rights are promoted and protected. Now, in 2016, an investigation found that, and I quote, grave or systemic violations of disabled people's rights had taken place because of welfare reforms in the UK since 2010. Now, at the first periodic review in 2017, the Conservative government was judged to have taken insufficient action to implement earlier recommendations. Now, the next review is ongoing, but the Minister for Disabled People, Health and Work, who I know was on the front bench earlier and I would have wished to have been here now, caused further concern by refusing to attend an evidence session in August 2023. The government must do better. With 24% of the UK population identifying as being disabled, we must stop letting them down. We must break down the barriers that exist in society. And ministers should be taking every opportunity they can to co-produce policy with disabled people, because they are the experts by experience and ensure that their needs are being met in every part of life.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Luton Deptford and for the work that she does being a champion for disabled people. It's been quite an occasion, this, actually, watching the first King's Speech. It is a moment in history, and the member for Strangford really kind of painted a picture of how significant that was. The irony was not lost, however, that the King arrived in a gold-plated horse-drawn carriage to announce legislation on banning cabs at Westminster Tube. It just shows you, however grand the occasion, there is nothing like a Conservative government to bring it down into the gutter, and much else did follow that. Now, that aside, the test of any King's Speech must be whether or not it makes the life materially better for the people that we're all here to represent, that it makes the country that we love stronger, more confident, more resilient in the face of global uncertainty. And by those measures, this can only be marked as another missed opportunity. A missed opportunity to address one of the biggest economic challenges our country faces, that the very bond of the British contract is fundamentally broken. The promise that if you're willing to work hard, play by the rules, then in return you can get on in life and do well. And more, that through our generational effort, that our children can go on to do even better. That contract hasn't just been reneged on, it's been torn up. People in Chadderton, Oldham West and Royton, and right across Britain, know this. They feel the betrayal every single day.